Hello, hello. Good morning. Welcome in, everybody. This will be class number 8 for our How to Sculpt a Robot class. Today we're going to get into creating a neck, kind of a neck area for our character and attaching the head, but making it still detachable. So we want the head to be removable, so it'll make the steps later easier to deal with. So if you had missed it, we had done 3 homework sessions this past week, which have been added to the playlist for over on YouTube. So if you missed, it was me kind of finishing off the boot and the hip and the undercarriage area, and then we sculpted just the top of the head, but not the bottom of the head. So just kind of a finishing off all the details and getting things locked in. So all right, let's get into it. And if we have time, we're gonna do the shin guard. The shin to the knee. But we'll see. Let's get through the neck first and see where we're at. Okay. So, in case you missed it, this is what our shoe ended up looking like. Let me get the right filter going here. There we go. So of course, that'll just all be duplicated the same way on the other side. Here's the little hip assembly, and then I did the underneath the robot. And I cut away the excess foil like I talked about. And then for the head, all I did was I cut away the excess material on the bottom and on the top. And I just did this sculpture on top here. And then finished off the details. I increased the size of the eye here. And that's pretty much it. Okay, so since I used the square rod, which remember we're using this just as a conduit to get the wiring up into the head, or the fiber optic, we can easily make this detachable by using one size up like this. So we just attach this part. If you didn't use a square rod, all you have to do is use some steel stick, cover this with Vaseline, and then just kind of get it in place and smush some steel stick around it. And then once it hardens, you should be able to remove it just like that. But we use the square brass rod, so we can actually just use this. So I'll cut off a small piece here, and I'll steel stick it into the armature where I want the head to be positioned. And then that's it. That makes the head detachable. So let's do that. Now, let's look at the positioning first. This is almost too far forward, and this is too far backwards. It needs to be right there, but of course right there, for me, is a giant blob of steel stick. So what I'll need to do is I'll need to cut away with the Dremel tool. Right, yeah, so you do the Vaseline on the stem here first, so that way the steel stick will form around it, but not stick to it. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you want, you do the same method with, like, say this was a square dowel rod and we wanted to make it detachable. You just paint that with Vaseline, and then you just wipe it off with an alcohol and a cloth or something. Once that step's done. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna kind of cut some of this steel stick so I can fit this little rod in here right where I want it to be. Because like I said, this is too far forward. You guys probably won't have to do this. It's just the way my frame is kind of positioned in the middle there. Let's do some dremeling. Okay. Let me change out the tip on this. All right. Okay, so the steel stick will produce dust, so I'm gonna get a dust mask really quick. Not the kind I want to be breathing in too much. So let's get this dust mask here. Okay, there we go. There we go. That should be good enough. Normally, in hindsight, those things shouldn't happen, but you know, you can't be perfect with your planning every time. That's for sure. You have to be able to make adjustments like that. There. I maybe need to cut it a little bit more. No, it fits in there. It fits right in there. Perfect. Okay, so now I just need to cut a little piece of this off. Just enough for the head to attach. Probably about right there. Does it have to be removable? No. No, it does not. But when we're trying to do the lights, it's going to be so much more convenient to have it removable for that step when we're trying to feed. So really, what you need to do is you need to have access to the neck hole at the bottom, so you can feed the fiber optic cable up the neck, and then access it from the back of the head. So. Okay, let's cut a piece here. All right. Just kind of get it in place and we'll see how we're looking. Ooh. Can you go over the situation without the extra brass tube? Yes. Yeah, I sure can. So, oh, nice. So you take Vaseline, paint it on here, okay? Pretend we just painted it on there. Real nice all the way around. Then you're gonna take a little blob of steel stick and mix it up like this. Okay, pretend we have it right here. Then you're gonna put it where you want it to go, and you're just gonna push the steel stick like around this. Like use the steel stick to hold it in place. And then once it hardens, you should be able to slide the head out. That's it. So the hole at the bottom is covered but head removable. No. I mean, we can fix that later, but try to make it so it's just around the side here, not going all the way to the bottom. You know, So the steel stick is only on this, holding it on the side, right? And that the bottom hull is still there. Does that make sense? Okay, so I'm gonna do my steel stick step now. Should be good. I actually think I'm gonna mount mine in the front at an angle, because even though I like how it looks better here, I can't get through this. So, you know, actually, let me just shave down the front a little bit more, and we're just gonna mount it in the front. I mean, I guess back could work on an angle too. All right, yeah, let's do one more hit with the Dremel tool. Okay. Good. Okay, so now I'm just gonna take some steel stick and kind of smoosh this piece in there, and then we'll be good. Get a glove here. So this step I'm doing is the same, whether you're doing it with the little brass rod there or not. This is the same step. Where we're taking some steel stick here, just a little slice here. And I'm attaching this brass rod there with it, but if you don't have the brass rod, you're just doing the same thing just around the stem of the neck. So you sculpted this top closed here, so there's like clay in the way. You just have to create a channel. What we're doing is we're trying to create a channel between the torso and the head through the neck that we won't have to cover up later. Just like we did with this right here. We created this channel that we don't have to cover up. This area here is exposed because that's going to be covered up by the shoe and the shin guard and all that stuff. Okay, so just gonna stick this on here like this. Just kind of put it all around. I'm just gonna smush it into position. Go ahead and put this in there, make sure it all works. And then get the positioning the way I want it. There we go. I'm gonna let that harden. So now we've created a detachment point. So the head, excuse me, the head can be removed from the character. We now have the mechanics of that figured out. The next step is to make it look good. So this is how I typically do detachable pieces, is to make it function first and then kind of cover up the function with clay, with form. By using the C1 separator, we can make a seamless, detachment here. So we'll be able to sculpt on one side will be his neck and the underside of his head. And on the other side, and on the bottom side will be that part of the torso, and we can make it a seamless transfer. So I need to add another layer, a clay layer on top of the steel stick. Okay, so you have a solid top because you sculpted the top, is what you're saying? You would just need to cut away that material, and then you just need to cut away the material around this part, and then just do this part, and then bring the material back in. So I'm wearing glasses because the robot can shoot lasers. Yeah, yes. So it's welding grade glasses, so it doesn't damage my eyes. Yeah, cut away the material so you have access, because where this tinfoil is empty space. You always have to imagine that. If you've reached the tinfoil layer, then that's the cavity that we're gonna hollow out later. Because what's gonna happen here is we are going to cut this door out, and we're gonna go reach in and we're gonna start pulling and grabbing the foil out. And we're gonna hollow out the inside of his belly and his back. So essentially this torso is gonna, all this foil in here is gonna get removed, and that's gonna give us room to do the lights. See, so we're gonna have the light bulbs are gonna be in the back, and then we're gonna run from there. We're gonna run fiber optic cables to the destination of the head. We'll probably just have an actual LED light in the belly, but yeah. Takes a while, yeah. Yeah, it's good to use pliers. You kind of go in and give it a twist and pull, or just keep twisting like spaghetti, Is the hole you drilled already fine? I don't know. I don't know. I would have to see it. It might be. Might not be. What do you think? I still wait for this to set up. Like a minute or two more, and it should be hardened. Nano raspberry for powered LEDs. No, I don't. I've wanted to get into that, but I just haven't really had the project to really dive in. So, because I mean, you can program just different light sequences and stuff, and I've just not really had a like. In this particular case, we're gonna have a light sequence that we want. We don't want it to change, you know. I think it's okay. It leads to the middle. Okay, then there you go. Then you're good. That as long as there's right now we have a clear path. We have a hollow cavity here in the torso, and a clear channel from there up into the head, which is a hollow area from the foil. So. And then, we created this channel here. So that's what we're creating our channels for everything. Our wire goes down to the base and up to here. We'll have the LED lights in here, and then we'll run the fiber optic from there to the head. Yes, he does. I have 2 circular brass tubes as the armature in my head, but down the neck, trying to think how I would do this. You can still do it the same, just the same way that I showed you, with the Vaseline and the brass tubes bent down the neck. So it's not a straight tube, the brass tube on the neck. It's not a straight piece. Yeah, ours is already working. Okay. Well, could you take a photo so I can see? Just a quickie. Post it on the Discord. I'll take a look, because yeah, you'll have to. You might have to engineer a different neck. Right angle curve at the eyes. Oh, I see. Okay. Right. But is the part that goes from here to here straight, so you can at least make it detachable? I think I super glued this on there. See, this is what happens with super glue. It loses its strength from the baking. But that's okay. We'll leave it just like that for now. It'll become permanently attached when we sculpt the next part. Yeah, I'll be adding clay over his neck and sculpting some sort of texture or detail there. Which I think we're going to do next, actually. We're going to sculpt the bottom of the head and the neck. And then we're going to bake it, and then we're going to add C1 separator on the bottom of the neck. And then we're going to sculpt the area around the neck and make our seamless detachment. So. I think this might be a good time for us to bring in the use of some tubes. I think we might get into some tubular technique here. Posted. Okay, let me check it out here. Okay, let's see here. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, all right. So you got the tubes going up and then bent up to there. So you still should be good. Yeah, it still should work. So, you know, paint the Vaseline on here, you know, or on this, and then just like you saw me, I kind of wrapped the steel stick around that section and then kind of like plastered it to the armature. And that creates a nice like you know, solid kind of slide that it can slide in and out of. Yours has just got 2 tubes instead of just 1, so just do them both at the same time. And a good thing to know about steel stick is before it fully hardens, it kind of gets partially hard, and at that point is when you want to test and make sure it's working properly. Because if you needed to like really use force to get it out at that point, it's easier to do than if you let it fully harden like mine is now. So, but yeah, just do it just like I showed there. You should still be good. Yeah, test it, make sure it's actually moving. Okay, so let's get our clay glue here. What will prevent it from sliding down the hole? Well, it should be running into foil right now. And if you remove the foil that's underneath, see mine stopped because of the foil that's underneath. If your foil is not there, just put some there. Just crumple up some foil, something temporary that you can just stuff in there for now until we get to through this next part. So. Well, you'll see. Yeah, you'll see. We're about to do that right now. So let's go ahead. Let me super glue this really quick so it doesn't slide out on me while I'm working on it. Pretty much the sculpted part is going to stop it from sliding down. The sculpted part on the surface. You won't have to worry about that. Okay, let's see. Good morning, Brock. All right, let's do some foil here. Or no, some clay glue. We need a brush. Let me see how far down this needs to go. Should probably mark it with a line or something. Yeah, it's pretty much right there. So that's how far the neck needs to be sculpted. Gonna add some clay to the bottom of the head here. Alright, and then I'm gonna cover the neck just with a thin piece of clay, just kind of like a foundation layer here. Don't worry about making it pretty. We just want it to be stuck. Let's stick it in place, see how it's looking. I want the neck to be longer, maybe a little bit. So you can see it already gets stopped by the clay. Okay, let's let's figure out what's going on down here. First, I'm gonna just flatten this surface at the bottom with my tool. Get it nice and plainer. It's almost like I know what I'm doing, yeah. It's like a surfer, you know. You just can't explain how to ride the wave until it's there in front of you. Well, technically you can just drill a hole that's form fitted. As long as it, you know, we have this nice clean detachment, you know, that's what makes this really nice. So that it fits in there really snug and it just slides in place. Of course, right there, yeah. Tubular. Yeah, okay, I need my other tool. Right there. Okay, I think I've showed you guys this, but I'm just gonna readdress this. This comes in handy quite a bit with this robot sculpting. Let me So, you know, I've made this flat and I pulled the excess material towards the edge here. And now I'm going to take this tool and almost like a sawing motion downwards, kind of like pinching the clay off using the edge, that hardened edge. So only downward strokes and just kind of using that edge. See, like that. That's how we do that. Yeah, your tool strokes are always coming away from the area that you've kind of already established, you know, because if I would saw upwards, it would start affecting this plane here that we just flattened out. But by only doing downward motions, it's pulling the material away from what we already did. The bottom of our tin can. Okay, so there's all kinds of different necks. I kind of like the Wall-E style neck where it's kind of like a little bit of like a angled, almost like brackets. Maybe one or two little angled brackets. Let me just pull up some. Let's just pull up some reference here, huh? When you make these design decisions, you also you have to think about the movement of the creature. You know what I mean? It has to be able to move. Okay, let's flatten the sides. Okay, grab this tool here. It's a little bit trickier on the neck to sculpt it because of it's going to want to slide around those tubes. There we go. So we got two flattened sides, establishing those planes. Okay, we'll do like one circle in the middle here. I'm just going to kind of sketch it out a little bit. Like a bending joint right there. Hey, what's up, Mr. Seb? Flatten this side now. So see, I pulled the material this way, and now I'm gonna kind of come from the other angle. Kind of doing that, just that sawing motion. That helps you move the material or kind of cut it away without squishing it around too much and warping the shape. Clean up our line there. Now this edge needs more, this corner needs more material, so I'm pushing it up from this side, and then I'm pulling it from this side to kind of bring all the excess material to the corner. And if you're doing that and it doesn't fill that corner, and that's when you know you need to add material. A lot of times these small little things can be done like this, just going back and forth. Pretty much. That's right. Practice. That is the only way. Okay, so then this goes like a little bit rounded there. And this line straight. Let's do the back side now. What's the trick though? What? To making straight lines? Non-wobbly lines? Straight, perfect lines. Well, it helps I'm using this kind of a tool and not like a needle tool for my lines. If you notice, this is the same shape as like a rudder of a boat. Just like a rudder going through water. Doesn't make squiggly lines, it makes nice straight lines. You know, when this tool makes contact, if it was a tool that was like this, with just this singular point of contact, then it's easier to get a wobble. But when I make a line, notice I'm using this long edge like this, just like the rudder of a ship. It's hard to wobble because it's got more contact, you know. Yeah, if you have like a really fine tip, then there's the only thing keeping it steady is your motion, your hand, but it's easy to go, you know. This one, yeah, the hockey stick, the ship rudder. So when I'm making a line, I'm using that, you know, that edge, and it's very hard to not make a straight line. Actually, it's hard to make a crooked line with this, like this. Should I use a bigger one? I use that tool too. My tip is smaller though. This one? Yeah, I don't know. If it's, yeah, use the big, try using the bigger one, especially if you need like a really long, crisp line. So you can see getting those corners, you gotta go back and forth quite a bit. It's normal. Okay, let's see. Continuing the lines from the side of the head. Let me see what's going on the underside here. I'm gonna cut like an edge line here. So when I do stuff like this, I'm focusing on I'm not looking at the line, I'm actually looking at the thickness of the shape I'm defining. So, you know, I'm looking at the thickness of this edge not really paying attention to the line, but maintaining that thickness throughout the whole kind of tool stroke. Doesn't have to be perfect, just has to be close. That too, yeah, using your whole arm. Or holding the tool, but like what I'm doing right now is I'm moving the sculpture and holding the tool steady. I think I want this area underneath to kind of look like a, I don't know, like some sort of a flexible material, like a rubber or something. Maybe like a, you know, like those control arm covers on cars. It's like a rubber accordion type of deal. Just gonna ride the edge of this tool along those channels to create that accordion shape here. Do one side and then we do the other side. There we go. That'll look pretty good. I'll brush that with alcohol before we bake it. Okay, let's go back down to this part here. Let's get our circle tools out and we're gonna create kind of like our hinge. I'm going to use this edge to kind of redefine this curve here. The other one. All right, now let's see. Gonna kind of carve a little bit of a channel here that will show that it can bend quite a bit. And we'll use our tiny loop tool. Where are you? Do the same on the other side. Good. Gonna kind of clean up the edge here. This tool is really nice for going in and doing those kind of beveled edges. We'll have to clean up our circles though, because of the deforming. Just go back over. again. That's right. It's all about repetition. And honestly, when you go back and you redo mistakes and don't just ignore them, for some reason you get the most growth from those moments. That admission of, that you've not done something right and then going back and fixing it, like that is the embodiment of the student mentality. The more you do that, the faster you'll grow. The more you be stubborn and don't do that, the slower you'll grow. I've been on both ends of that spectrum, trust me. Looking back, though, is when you really realize. No, you're stubborn. No, you. All right, now I'm going to shape the lower portion of this part we got going on here. Claystopher. I've named my name to Claystopher. All kinds of veins popping out of his neck. You can do veins in the form of tubes. Claystopher creates. Rebranding. Where'd you get your new name from? I don't know. It just kind of came to me. Just an idea I had. Okay, I'm cutting this bottom edge now, so it's nice and clean. I added some kind of scratches here. I'm just going to match those up on the face before I forget. Some deeper grooves. pretty close, I think. Let's get it back in its place and see how we're looking here. Nice little robot neck. We'll call it a Wally hinge. All right, let me add a few little rivets and then we'll bake it. I'm going to use the heat gun really quick so that way we don't have to wait. We can continue the lesson, but you can bake it just in a normal oven once you're done with your neck. The shoulders, well, so I'm imagining almost like how a inside of like a Space Marine head area is. So we're building the neck, and then we're gonna build the interior of his neck area, and then we're gonna build up the exterior, which will be kind of like these more like armored panels that come up from the back and a little bit from the front. And then there's like a shoulder panel over here. So we're working from the hardest to reach place, or we're working our way out. Okay. Okay, let me just add a couple little ones here. Front and back. Be some seam lines between the front and back panels. Hey, what's up, Zeus? Hey, Red Links, I saw your sub. Today's class day, so I have alerts turned off, but I am very thankful for that, and just want to let you know. I'll give you a proper thank you once the class is finished here. I see you, my friend, I see you. Could do the same on this. Also, friendly reminder, the robot piece is available if anyone's interested in acquiring this robot sculpture once it's finished. It will be fully LED lit, and yeah, be a cool, unique, original design of mine. Just shoot me an email if you're interested. It's always nice when I can find a home for them before they're even done. Yeah, all the previous class pieces have been claimed. Okay, it's looking good. So now what we'll do is oh wait, I wanted to do the alcohol brush on the rubber boot part. Let's do that really quick. Take a smaller brush. I'm just gonna go right along here. Make that look a little bit more like rubber. Get rid of the tool marks and whatnot. Okay, so now I'm going to bake this. So you finish your neck, whatever your neck design is. Then you bake it. I'm going to use the heat gun really quick and heat gun it, and then we'll do the next step. All right, that should be good enough. Ooh, hot. So after it's baked, we're gonna take C1 separator. Grab the right brush here. This stuff. Okay, and we're gonna paint it on the bottom of this, just on the neck, to create a barrier between the head, the separate head part, and what we're about to sculpt. And this just makes it so we just don't have to worry about it getting stuck together. And it'll let us butt the clay right up to the neck and make a real seamless detachment. So if you get the piece out of the oven, you can paint this stuff on there while it's still hot, and it dries very quick if you do it that way. Good. Very good, very good. Okay. Now I'm gonna heat gun that so it dries faster, and then we're gonna do the next step. All right, nice. All right, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna put some clay glue in here. And we're just gonna start sculpting this top area, which is gonna be kind of the inside of his suit. Almost like how I did the undercarriage. I don't want to get any glue in that hole that we just made. I want to be careful there. The brush. All right. Okay. Now let's take our clay and we're just gonna fill this area in, get that foundation layer down, and then start figuring out what's going on in here. Just some more clay. How you doing, Lombardo? I could see on this inside area having a little bit more of like, maybe we'll actually do the tubes now. Should I do my epoxy arms before this step? What is your epoxy arms? Like this, making this part of the arm cylindrical? You wouldn't have to. We're not going to be covering the arms at all, so we're only focused on this kind of neck region here. Oops. All right, now let's get our planes figured out. I could see there being like some sort of, kind of like how I did the hips down below here, like this section. That we do something mirrored similar up here. We'll kind of have these like the inner workings of the arm. Had like a larger cylinder shape right there. Like the axle or something. A harmonica holder. No, you can, with the C1 separator on there, you can bake the head. You could bake it all together and then remove it after. Which I will, so that way it's a nice seamless transition, but also because I only baked my neck with a heat gun, I want to give it a nice full bake just to be sure it's fully cured. Right. Okay, let's get this area nice and flat here. We already kind of got a plane established. A little bit more material here. So when you're designing these types of areas, you're just thinking about the shapes first. You don't need to know what they are. You know, we identify a nice kind of flat plane going all the way up to the neck here. Got these two cylinders here, and then we'll figure something else out for the back. Sometimes it can get hard to figure out what you're doing, but if you simplify it by thinking of just what the shape is going to be first, then kind of figure out what that shape will become. I'm using this edge here to really sculpt in this section here. Those planes come together so much easier if you have a hard edge to kind of glide the tool onto. Good. Okay. I'm gonna round these off with this tool. pushing and rolling, defining the plane here. We're using a type of polymer clay called cast clay. Hey, what's up, hijinks? I could see like around the neck being some sort of, maybe like that accordion material. Let's kind of draw that line there. Maybe from here to here. Let's cut these edges. Let's start building this area out here a little bit. Figure out the backside. Just matching up our shapes a little bit more. This one needs to be smaller. Yeah, it's better. Give it time there, Mr. Jones. Be patient with yourself. They will be, that's right. I'm sure mine were not either when I first started doing these techniques. I know they weren't. Or use spray varnish. Funny enough, a glossy varnish brings out your inconsistencies. It highlights them technically, so it does not. It's not a good cover-up resource. Yeah. In fact, probably making it matte finished would be better. So we're just continuing here and letting each decision affect the next decision. Let's go back to here. This can be more narrow. Let's use the, where's it at? The loop tool here. I'm not going to carve this down a little bit towards the edge. Let's bring this edge down a little bit more. Oop. Nice, Livy Deluxe. I love freebies. I love when companies do that. Couple of wiring questions. Will you run your wire down through a boot? Yeah, the wire's here. Goes from there, up here, and through to here. Will you refeed the top part of the wire instead inside the torso or bring it back up? No, so what's going to go from the torso to the head is not going to be wiring. It's going to be fiber optic cables. Angel, hello, Angel. Okay, so I'm just trying to do that same accordion rubber boot covers look. Make it a little bit higher in the back. Kind of like the bottom of a stick shift. Exactly, Jones. Yep. We're doing exactly what we did on Morgoth on this piece. Morgoth was the pioneer of a new era. Okay. You get the basic idea there. So, we will continue to just clean up the shape back here and figure out what it is. You can do greeblies. We can do little hoses kind of connecting. Same with up here. It's all just kind of the same design stuff with lines and panels and bolts and greeblies. And once we have that whole area sculpted in, then we're going to bake it and it'll be locked in and ready to go for next time. So I will complete this in the homework. Yeah, I'm keeping it, I like how this part is lower than this part, so we're keeping that. And I think here I'm gonna do more of like sensitive bits, you know, like a little bit more greeblies. Let me show you guys the hoses before we go here. Oh yeah, right here. So you can buy these or you can make these. I would probably recommend buying them from Green Stuff World. But I have made them too. It's these are plates that can produce really good looking hoses. See that? Okay, and let me show you how it works. Essentially, you just take a roll of clay. Where are you putting your hose? I'm not sure if I am or not, but if I am, it's gonna be back here, maybe like connecting hoses. Like I said, all the sensitive bits going right here. And I'll probably do more of this like rubber gasket right on the inside of the arm area here too. It'll take 3 to 4 weeks to get stuff from Green Stuff World in the States. Oh yeah, it's from a different place. So you can make, if you want to add hoses and you're waiting for it to get there and you don't want to make the plates yourself, you can just put holes where you want the hoses to connect, you know, like an A to B hole. And then when you get this maker, you can just you know, make them and connect them. So there you go. Ta-da! Pretty cool, huh? So then you would just, yeah, you would put them A to B, you know, make some really cool looking hose. But I'm still not sure if I'm going to be using them on this one or not. But it's just a really cool way to make some, you know, some cool tools. Let me find my so I had made one first. I came up with this idea and I made my own first, and then I had learned that there's these nice ones you can buy. So I bought them. I think, what was it, like $15 or something like that? But I had made this one. Basic idea is, you know, just kind of like a V pattern on both sides. I think I sculpted with this one side, and then I did C1 separator, and then I just molded it kind of like that and then baked it together. So take this. Show you how it works. Same idea, just kind of roll it like this. Oop. Oh, I'm a little bit off. Yeah, not as clean. Third time's the charm. Here we go. Close enough. You get the idea. And I've used this technique for different things too. Like I just did a Minotaur project and I created a texture tool for making his dreadlocks. So you get the same concept, two different plates of texture. And then when you take your roll of clay
And you just kind of roll it around on there. Creates a really convincing kind of dreadlock texture all the way around it too, you know. So if you get creative with this, you can really think of, you know, because the reality is anything that's in a roll of clay that's detailed or shaped or textured all the way around it, you don't want to sculpt that by hand, you know. You have a hard time. So old school version of this technique is I used to do stuff like this. You would take a roll of clay like this, and then you just take a tool like this tool, and you can roll the tool in like parts of the clay and kind of build up your design like this, kind of like one line at a time. So same kind of idea. You're just more limited with that type of approach. You can make a nice sausage link that way. Like I bet if we did, let's see, you know, like the textured handle here, that would create. But see, it's going to get flattened out as you roll it too. Are you doing sphere rotors on the shoulders like the hips? Yes. Yes, we will. But don't worry about that right now. That'll be after. So for the next class for homework, we have the whole top part of that we're sculpting here finished. And then next week we'll probably get into probably either the plates, or we might get into the backpack. We could really go anywhere from here. So, but yeah, it's looking good. Finally, I know. Okay, that's gonna finish the teaching portion of the class today. Let's go to the Discord. Check out your guys' work. Let's see here. All right. We'll start with the robot class. Levita Lux, happy to be staying on track with the classes, and they're a huge help with my well-being in lots of ways. Thank you. That goes for Cena and the entire community. What I did this week, the first boot, obviously redid all the rivets on the top of the boot. The lower body sculpt / hip rotor thing. The last pick is a bunch of air bubbles when I put clay on the top of the head to finish it. Can I just add another layer on top of it to make it go away? Why did it happen? Okay, let's see. This looks good. It's a nice looking robot boot there. Levita Lux. I like it. Okay, and then let's see. Got the torso. Looking real nice. I noticed you're having, are you using a rake tool? Is that what's going on here? I kind of like the little rake marks left behind. I think it'll give it kind of that scratched look. Could work out in your favor for sure. Okay, top of the head, bubbles. Ah, yes, okay. I see. There possibly could have been air trapped under the clay. Sometimes this happens if it's heated up in a certain way. Did you bake it just like a normal oven, or did you? Because like I run into this problem more when I'm using the heat gun than when I'm like baking in the normal oven. But this can happen, and it probably just was air bubbles in the clay. So you can just go back over with the layer, or you can just sand. You could sand it too. I have a belt sander, so I would just turn my belt sander on for a second, just go, stick the head right on there. Or you just just add a fresh layer of clay and reflatten it. So, yeah, nice. Yeah, looking good. Great work. Clayton, hips and feet done. I made 2 different style toes, then use molds to copy them. Oh, okay, that's smart. Smart use. We got a little bit of Star Wars-esque toe action going on here. Yeah, AT-AT. I'd utilize the bubbles myself. Yeah. Make some acid damage there, Hey, what's up, Purple? That's good. Okay, yeah, it's smart to do the duplication so you don't have to sculpt 6 toes. Nice use of the mixed media for these. Don't sculpt perfect cylinders. There's plenty of perfect cylinders out there that you can just add to your project. Don't sculpt them from scratch. Very nice. Cool. Yeah, I can definitely see. I can see some Star Wars influence. Just even with the way you're doing your greeblies, got the Star Wars robot-esque style. You know why Star Wars has that type of look about it? It's because when they were making the first films, that's what they did a lot of, is just greebly putting, junk together essentially to make the robots. So what do they call it? Kit bash, yeah, kit bash props, yeah. All right, Mr. Jones, let's see here. So this week has really been all about trashed work. I made a second attempt at greebly molds, still failed after 3 dried coats of C1. Oh no, but closer. Like failed as in they got stuck in there. I likely will not use the hanging breech cloth plate I made, at the lower torso. A sort of beehive butt. 2 attempts at rounded hip sockets, but wasn't actually with these after baking. Okay. I like my boots, but those 2 were the second attempt. About 10 hours of work plus baking time. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I mean, these ones look pretty good. Yeah, gears are hard. It's because it's got these tiny little pieces, and it's very difficult. So, yeah. Yeah, it's something I had a hard time with the molding and casting of, too. It's just because they're so small and they're so easy to just kind of come right off, so... Oh yeah, those ones did, and you could see it's those the teeth of these gears are more, just chunkier, So that's good. They will work, especially when they're painted. Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, this one not so much. Are you mixing clay glue into the clay that you're smushing into the mold? because I noticed that will add more flexibility to the clay, which will, yeah, slots. Okay, all right, good. That should help at least a little bit. So. Okay, see what we got here. Oh, hey, boots are looking nice. Very good. What's this? Oh, is that a bent over nail? I thought it was like a prop on the bottom there. I see your method. Very nice. You'll hammer and nail. Curved brass tubes. Okay, and then we saw this. Your head. Okay, yeah, that's gonna work out good. Looking good, man. It's exciting. Nice work. Nice try. Do you know blue stuff? I've never heard of blue stuff. Is it like that reusable wax mold making material? That could be an alternative to maybe putting something else in these molds to get them to come out cleaner. I wonder if like a liquid cast clay application would be better. Okay, let's head over to the Gremlin class. Doesn't look like there's anything new with the Dragon class. Gremlin. Crunchster. Hi everyone, been sculpting my woodland gremlin. Between having to do real life things, mainly work, and I'm pleased with how it's looking. Okay. Hey, look at that. A new gremlin joins the army. The army of gremlins. Very nice. Ah, yes. The joy of bags and belts. Props. Awesome. Yep, it's looking really good. Nice. Okay. Oh, we got clear shot of the boots. Oh, those turn out really good. Great shape on those. Nice, Jones. Okay. Let's see here. Was there... I think there was... Oh, yeah. There was one photo here of a poor burn victim dragon. What's with dragon? Dragons seem to get burned in the oven more than any other character I've made. Something about them. I'm imagining it tipped over. Whoops. Yeah, probably tipped over and then this part landed on the burner of the oven. Looks like. Ouch. Dragons can dish it out, but they can't take it. Also, hi. Hello. Okay, let me see here. All right, that's gonna end the class for today, but just a second. Don't go nowhere. Let me see. Yeah, I'm figuring that out right now. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Okay. Yeah, good call. Let's take a look. Ah, I see. I see how he tipped over in the oven. It's wild spin rides. Cool. Great job. I like the clean looking book and the piece of wood. Looks great. Well, I think we saw Clayton's. That photo catches my eye. All right, let me go be right back for 1 second, and yeah, we'll figure out what we're doing here. Okay, we're just gonna stay live and do the homework now. Open shop. It starts now. Okay. Take him out here. We're gonna have to hold this big piece of wood. That's better. Oh yeah? First painting, huh? Just think about it very simply. You know, nice clean base coats. Oh yeah, let me turn on notifications now since we're good. Okay. Okay, and we just had red links with the 53 months earlier. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I don't know if you're still here there, red links. Thank you, thank you. Okay, there we go. That's set up. Hey, we added all the homework sessions too. Yeah, there you are. Yeah, thank you, Red Links. Thanks for sticking with me, man. Thanks for supporting my work.
Well met, loyal friend. You've made a real impact on the realm. Thank you for your contributions.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Thank you for the year of support. I'm glad you are enjoying it. Glad it's a good viewer experience, even if you're not following along. I appreciate that. Happy 1 year, yeah. 1 year you've stuck with me. A lot can happen in a year. Oh, let me give you your wisdom. Yeah. Wisdom time. The lotus flower rising from muddy waters symbolizes the power of resilience and the ability to grow from challenges. That's right. Rise from the muddy waters of life into a beautiful blooming flower. Most stuck indeed. They should all be there, Livy Deluxe. Yeah, there's a playlist. Poor Livy Deluxe. Been scurrying around without the playlist this whole time. Yeah, if you go to the YouTube channel and you sort by playlists, you should be able to find not only the robot playlist, but all the other ones. The dragon, the gremlin. Back to lurking, alright. Back to the shadows from whence you came. Should be. If it's not, then you just have to blame Jones, because he said it first. That's what I would do. And we got that little, just imagine his head moving around like a stick shift of a semi-truck. So how about that new AI Google video making stuff? It's pretty world breaking, isn't it? We are doomed. I know. I've seen. It seems unanimously everyone understands that that's going to be it. It's going to just break the world. Haven't seen it? Oh my goodness, it's really crazy. With just a prompt, you can make like video, any kind of video you can think of, and you wouldn't be able to tell it's made from AI. What I keep thinking too is that, we're always, the peasants always get the stuff, last. So that means they've had this kind of ability for who knows how long. Pretty crazy. There's going to be a lot of, unfortunately, I think there's going to be a lot of artists, creative industry people put out of work. Dang robots.
They took our jobs.
Yeah, I guess not. Or they have, they just don't care. Or they're working for the AI overlords. Maybe they are Terminators sent back in time. What's yeah. Yeah, I'm actually not here right now. I'm outside gardening. This is just my AI stream now. I actually haven't streamed for years. Not really. Just been my computer self doing it all. I started playing World of Warcraft again like 5 years ago. I never came back. No wonder your hand's down here. It's funny, but it's actually the reality of like the possibility is actually a thing. Yeah. Oh, totally. Could be totally fake people, chatters. Six pack in the fridge. Let's look at our backside here. No, they're still growing. Nothing's really. I don't know if it will get to full size because I don't know if there's enough dirt for it, but we'll see. Maybe maybe some of the radishes. The crazy thing is the carrots just now popped. It just shows how long it takes for them to germinate. Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll see. Usually, when you plant stuff in like a smaller container, you have to transplant it at some point for it to continue. That planter isn't, I don't know if it's big enough to sustain that much life. Yeah. That'd be funny. I got some watermelons growing in the back. Yeah, it's a good way to fill those little areas where, I don't know. It might be, or it might not be. It's best to just fill those areas in. When you build in this layered approach, you always have to, you can't just assume an area is going to, I mean, you can assume some areas are going to be covered, like with the backpack, but the ones where you're not sure, it's just best to just fill them in, so. Hey, Jones, have a good rest of your weekend, man. We'll see you on Monday. See you tomorrow. I think I want to start planing off this area back here. You know, this project's really taught me something about, like, whenever you have a multi-sided geometric shape, it's probably always best to just establish one side, and then you cut an edge like this, and it's amazing how easily this other side comes together with that, having that extra hard edge to use. You know, you can just do this and boom, get like perfectly flat plane. Nice sharp corner too, you know. You don't have to, yeah. It's your design. You definitely don't have to. Greeblying it up. Oop. Hello. Set. Yeah, is it right where the knot hole is on the wood? That's usually, if you got a knotty piece, then I mean, this one has a knot, but it didn't leak any sap. I've had blocks do that though. Doesn't really bother me either. It's why it's a quite nice smell. Welded seam. Oh yeah, like a some sort of tooling motion technique to make it look like a welded seam. Now, how would we do that? Maybe a ball stylus and yeah, I don't know. Because it's usually the welded seam is like this. But the opposite, maybe you'd have to like mold it or something. All right, 1 second. I'm gonna go feed the dogs real quick, and then we'll continue the homework. I'll be right back.
Time
right. Sorry about that. Sometimes I get stuck in conversation. Head out the door style. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I was totally like body language saying gotta go, you know. My neighbor's one of those like just does not read those signs at all. Like hand is on the door, you know. My body posture towards the leaving. Still talking, you know, continuing to talk. It's like, all right, I gotta go. Bye. It's funny how that is, man. Just telling me you have to poop. Every time, like every day I go over there. After Millie's done eating her dinner or her lunch, like, I have to poop. See you guys later. Nah, she was talking about something kind of important, so didn't want to cut her off. Be watching Mildred on Wednesday. Mildred, the neighbor's dog's name is Millie, but I've renamed her to Mildred. Mildred. I'm going to make a cut here.
Hmm. Let me take a look at some greeblies. I have an Alarak finger. It's his little scorpion tail. Do need to produce some more. My greebly supply is dwindling. This box, just from a treasure store. I kind of collect cool looking boxes. Check out this one. This one's pretty nice. It's got this metal inlay. For such a fancy box, it's where I keep my rocks. The Sculpting Rocks box. Okay, I'm gonna have tubes going from here to here. Maybe like 2 or 3 of them. Let's actually attach this. Okay, before we do the hoses, we want to do everything else, because once we put them on there, it's going to be a lot harder to kind of work around. No, you don't. Not on my watch. Stay. Yeah, you know, it comes together just one decision after another. The reason I wanted to put hose on the back side of those cylinders is to cover up the sloppy shape. So, you either have to fix the sloppy shape or you cover it up. I chose to cover it up. Having like a little exhaust vent here in the back. The panels in the front a little bit more, like I said, this is more of like a sensitive area in the back here. A little bit more stuff going on. Okay, let's brush the rubber parts down. Hey, what's up, Slipped? Yes, this is a type of polymer clay. Welcome. So it's an oven cured material. We sculpt with it, and then when we're ready for it to be solidified, we cook it in a kitchen oven. That locks it in, and then we can continue to add more material and sculpt different parts. So right now the body is hardened here, and the head. We're just kind of sculpting this whole neck assembly area. Now you just smush it on. Yeah. There's a lot less of those kind of rules with polymer clay. You know, working with ceramic, you got quite a bit of rules you gotta stick to, otherwise things don't work. Okay, let's see. Let's do some rivets. A little bit of texture back here. Oh, hey. Thanks for the raid there, Cody. Sorry, I missed it. Welcome in. Hey, thanks. Clever lad snuck past the guard. A weak spot in the walls. Oops. Hello there, Looney Lorna. Okay, we need to make some rivets here. Everhood. I feel like I recognize that name. It's ringing a bell. Animation puzzle game from the 90s. I faintly remember that. I'll have to look it up. You ever have one of those like nostalgic things that you just totally forget about until somebody like casually mentions it and you're just like, I recognize this. I feel like this might be one of those things. Like an echo of a past life. Tail line. Hello, tail line. Let's do those tubes. Tube time. See here. Large, small. And curved. Not curved. So large or small? Maybe small. Maybe large. Large. Okay. Okay, let's cut the end. Maybe a little bit of clay glue on each end. This is it's a type of clay. It's called a polymer clay. It's cake. If I say it's cake, will you be more impressed? Hey, what's up there, Winsing? All right, let's make some more tubing. Need more tube. No. C2 actually, in this application, doesn't help it stick. It helps it. It's going to help it stay there after it's been baked, but it doesn't want to stick right now. So I'm just trying to like pin it with the tool in like a area that's not very visible. And then if we need to, we can go back in and kind of add a little bit something towards the bottom of the hose to make it look nicer. But yeah, the C2 is just there so long term it will hold. Any good link for the little tentacle tube maker? The one I got is from Green Stuff World. It was like $15 for the whole set. You can always make one yourself, though. I have a little homemade one right here. Boost viewers. My viewers don't need a boost. You guys need a boost? How much for the CNAT TM one? No, it's not for sale. No, it's not. It's very special to me. Not for sale, Morph. You could use a pick-me-up? Okay. All right. And now we cook it. Hose before hose. That's right. Do the hoses last. Otherwise you'll regret it. Yeah, let's do like a seam line here. Oop. Very good. Pretty happy with that so far. Okay, we'll get that cooked and that'll be ready for our next step, which is next Sunday. I think let's see, next Sunday maybe we'll actually cut out the door, start working on the door, migrate over to like the backpack and stuff. I don't know, we'll figure it out. Pretty much at this point we can go wherever. But if we start going towards the arms, we need to do the hands first, so everyone loves hands, right? Just a friendly reminder, this piece is an available project, so if anyone's interested in giving this robot a home when he's finished, this will be a LED lit piece with a nice scenic base and everything, so be fully finished. Just shoot me an email if there's something you're interested in. I'm gonna get out of here, folks. Gonna go enjoy my last bit of weekend, and yeah, spend some time with the family. I think I'm gonna make some burgers tonight, homemade buns, the whole shebang, and hang out in the garden, enjoy the nice weather. So, let's see. Thanks for joining me, everybody. It's been wonderful. We'll drop you off somewhere. Let's see who's on. Hey, thank you, Kaios. I shall. I'll be back on tomorrow. Bright and early, we'll be working on the anime character that we're working on. Where did we leave off on her? Oh yeah, we were building the armature, sculpted the head. That's right. Maybe we'll start filling in some of the body and working a little bit more on the head. Let's go raid, let's see. Let's go raid Lone Mountain. Making some knives. Knife sharpening. I like knives. All right. Until next time, friends. Bye-bye.